All right, we're going to check cone out for Dan Parrish's course. Dan, can you please tell us which one? All right, we got 6 cones for the orange. Y'all can put those up. 6 cones. We'll confirm if, well, and Jonathan Harms was able to do it. 21.691 for Jonathan Harms. He did have 6 cones down, but that will put him in the pole position for the Masters division. Chuck Dinkins is up to go, though. Chuck is going to be in the red, Scott Hostert in the white. Chuck red, Scott Hostert white. Chuck is trying to edge out Jonathan Harms now. 21.691 is the time to beat. All right, Jonathan Harms was able to hold on to that first place qualifying position. 21.691 for him was the time to beat for the Masters, and Chuck Dinkins nor Scott Hostert was able to do it. Chuck Dinkins will sit in second, and after that run, Scott Hostert will move into third, bumping Adam Wilson down to 4. Up next, we will have Kurt DiBartolo in the red lane, and then we're going to let Dan Parrish do his rerun in the white lane, since that is the lane he is missing. He needs a rerun on the white lane so he can run with Kurt. Dan Parrish, white, Kurt, red. Kurt DiBartolo is in the red lane. He is looking to get on the board. He will qualify into the bracket regardless, but he did not have a time after the first one. Looking pretty good, though, coming through this course. Nice run from Kurt. 6 cones down. That was a 23.351. With 6 cones, that'll move him into 6th position, bumping down Dan Parrish. So after qualifying, or we got to run Dan Parrish for his second one, actually. So Dan is going to run in that white lane. Let us get our cone heads reset. This is Dr. Dan in the white lane. Dr. Dan with a rerun. He's actually got a nice tailwind coming down this course. We'll see if he can handle it. He's sitting in the 7th place qualifying position right now, so he definitely wants to improve. But unfortunately, 10 cones down for Dan Parrish. Yes, that will be 10 cones down for Dan Parrish. That will be a DQ for him. So he will stay in that 7th qualifying position. So after qualifying, your qualifying positions are 7th, Dan Parrish in 7th, 6th for Kurt DiBartolo, 5 for Terry Whalen, 4th, Adam Wilson, 3rd, Scott Hostert 22.165 for 3rd place, 2nd qualifying position 21.727 for Chuck Dinkins. And then taking pole position is going to be Jonathan Harms with a 21.691. All right. So bracket has been set. Jonathan Harms will have a bye in that first round. In the round of 8, Jonathan Harms, you can sit down and take a little water break. You got a bye. For the first matchup that we'll see in this round of 8, we'll have Adam Wilson and Terry Whalen. So Adam, you will be in the white when the time comes here in a minute. And Terry Whalen in the red. Let y'all catch your breath a little bit. Adam Wilson will be white, Terry red. And then we'll have Chuck Dinkins in the white against Dan Parrish in the red. Chuck versus Dan. And then we'll see Scott Hostert in the white and Kurt DiBartolo in the red. Scott white, Kurt red. We'll have 3 matchups in this round of 8 to decide our final 4. Jonathan Harms taking the first spot in the final 4 so far. We'll see who joins him. All right, this is the first round, the first race for the round of 8 for the Master Division tight slalom. Adam Wilson in the white lane, Terry Whalen in the red lane. Terry getting a little bit of a lead, but not clean. He's running fast, but Adam is staying cleaner, but hits that last cone. We might need to do a little bit of a timer check. (21.8) over the line for Terry, 22.7 for Adam. But we'll get that cone count and see where that puts it. It'll be close. All right, at that first run, Adam will take the advantage at Terry with 11 cones. He was faster, but not clean, so he will sit 1.5 seconds behind Adam Wilson. Up next, we will have Dan Parrish in the red, Chuck Dinkins in the white. Dan, red, Chuck, white. Chuck Dinkins is in the white lane against Dr. Dan Parrish in the red lane. This is your second place qualifier against your 7th, but Dan is still taking it to him. Chuck pulling ahead a little bit at the bottom. Both running pretty clean races. Chuck Dinkins with 3 cones, Dan with 7. So after that one, 22.0 for Chuck, so 22.3 with his cones, and then a 24.5 for Dan. So 2.138 second advantage for Dan or for Chuck after that race. Chuck taking the lead on that one. Up next, we've got Scott Hostert and Kurt DiBartolo. Scott is in the white, Kurt is in the red. We'll get this course reset and we'll get these boys going. Actually 4 for Chuck Dinkins, but that's still quite an advantage. A 22.038 second advantage for Chuck Dinkins. Scott Hostert in the white lane, Kurt DiBartolo in the red. Scott running a pretty clean race. He knocks a few, but Kurt getting him at the end on time. Wow, Kurt pulled ahead in that bottom section. That was crazy. 21.327 for Kurt. 21.527 over the line for Scott. Cones might make the difference here, but they are 0.2 away from each other in raw time. So, remember how I said it was 0.2 of a difference between those? They had 2 different cones. So, with 3 cones for Scott and 5 cones for Kurt, that is a dead tie. 21.827 for both of those skaters. A full-on tie for those two. We'll see what that second run does. So, for that one, Adam Wilson has an advantage against Terry Whalen after the first run. They will be up next. Adam will be in the red lane. Terry will be in the white lane. And then we'll have Chuck Dinkins in the red and Dan Parrish in the white. All right, we are moving into our second run for this round of 8. Jonathan Harms has the first spot in the round of 4 for the Master Division Tight Slalom. We're going to see who joins him. Adam Wilson or Terry Whalen will take the first spot. Adam Wilson out of Great Britain in the red lane. Terry Whalen in the white lane. Terry needs to make up 1.5 seconds. He's going to try to pull ahead at this bottom section. Won't be enough, but we'll get cone counts. So the first spot joining Jonathan Harms in the final 4 is going to be Adam Wilson, taking it by 1.521. Adam Wilson will take it into the final 4. Up next, Chuck Dinkins in the red, Dan Parrish in the white. Chuck red, Dan white. Then we'll have Scott Hostert and Kurt. We need one more person to help out with some cone heading. If anybody up there, pros, if y'all don't mind stepping in, all y'all drinking beer over here by a car, if any of you want to help, amateurs, if y'all want to help, please. We need one more cone head. Thank you. We do have some water on the course. Not technically the course, but at the finish, and we don't want racer stuff to roll over it. So we're going to clean that up, and then we'll get running. Up next is going to be Chuck Dinkins in the red and Dan Parrish in the white. But let's get this settled before we finish out our final 8. Check, check. All right, we are set down here. Sorry about that, guys. We are set. Isa Ruiz personally says sorry. All right, we can finish out this round of 8. 2 more runs to figure out who is going to join Adam and Jonathan in the final 4. Waiting on Jokai up here, though. He is running. All right, Chuck Dinkins in the red lane, Dan Parrish in the white. They are getting up on the ramp. Chuck has 2.038 second advantage over Dan Parrish, so Dan is looking to do some work. So far in the final 4, we've got Adam Wilson out of Great Britain and Jonathan Harms out of St. Louis, Illinois. Chuck Dinkins in the red lane, Dan Parrish in the white. Dan's looking to make up 2 seconds on Chuck here, but Chuck is just going to pace him a little bit. Oh, but he makes him put in some work at the end. Nah, he's going to stand up. Dan make him working for it. Dan making him work for it. Pretty clean runs from those guys. Nice race there. Between your second qualifier and your 7th qualifier, it's anybody's game in a bracket. 23.847 for Dan, 23.0 for Chuck. We'll get cone counts, but it should be Chuck moving into our final 4. 5 cones for Dan, 2 for Chuck, so that will be Chuck taking it into the final 4. We've got 1 spot left, and it's either going to be Scott Hostert, who's running in the red lane, or Kurt DiBartolo in the white. It is a dead tie in this heat. Both of those skaters skated a 21.827, down to the 1,000th of a second, the exact same tie. So this race will do it all. Scott moving out ahead a little bit pretty quick in this one, but he's got cones down. Kurt running a little bit of a cleaner game. Scott's going to want to clean it up here at the bottom. But Kurt's going to give some back at the bottom. As a reminder, we have 69 cones out here. And they are only allowed to hit 9. 19.979. Wow, pretty close again, guys. 19.979 for Scott to a 20.974 for Kurt. We'll get cone counts, and unless that changes things, it might be Scott. All right, they both stayed in. It's going to be 8 cones for Scott Hostert. 9 cones for Scott Hostert and 8 for Kurt. So by 0.8 of a second, Scott Hostert is going to take that into the final 4. So your final 4 for your Masters division at the U.S. Rattler National for tight slalom is Jonathan Harms, Adam Wilson, Chuck Dinkins, and Scott Hostert. Jonathan Harms will go up with Adam Wilson. That will be your first round in the round of 4. Jonathan Harms in the white, Adam Wilson in the red, and then we'll see Chuck Dinkins against Scott Hostert. Chuck, you will be white. Scott, you will be red. These boys are going to take a breath before they get up there. But we're about to start our round of 4 tight slalom master division. If you weren't tuned in yesterday, we ran the pros yesterday for tight slalom. We got some rain, and now we're finishing out. Masters and amateurs will come up after this. We're in our round of 4 for the masters. Jonathan Harms with a nice jump off the ramp. Adam Wilson's catching up, though. Jonathan Harms in the white lane. Adam Wilson in the red lane. Jonathan Harms pulling ahead and running clean down here at the bottom. Clean run for Mr. Jonathan Harms. Nice run, and only one down for Adam Wilson. Nice work from those dudes. But with a 22.675, Jonathan Harms will take the advantage. 23.733 for Adam Wilson. So he'll have 1.158. 1 second to make up over Jonathan Harms. Up next, we've got Chuck Dinkins in the white lane. Scott Hostert in the red. Chuck, white. Scott, red. This is the matchup to watch. Your number 1 and number 3 qualifier, or 2 and 3 qualifier, Chuck Dinkins in the white lane, Scott Hostert in the red. Scott trying to clean it up in this bottom section. He is fast. Chuck is trying to catch up.
Yeah.
Scott taking it to him a little bit by about 2 seconds. That's going to be Scott Hostert with the advantage. We'll get cone count to confirm what that'll be. Five cones each, so that will be all right. Scott Hostert will take that advantage by 1.5 seconds, 1.505. Scott Hostert looking to move in to that final round to fight for the gold. Up next, we've got Jonathan Harms and Adam Wilson again. Jonathan Harms will be in the red lane. Adam Wilson in the white lane. Jonathan has 1.158 over Adam, so Adam's got to put in some work. Once we get into this round of 4, it is back-to-back skating for these skaters. It's a bit of an endurance test. All right, Jonathan Harms in the red lane. Adam Wilson in the white lane. Trying to see who's going to make it into the finals. Jonathan Harms has the advantage, so he just has to take it easy and make it clean because Adam is behind him. A nice clean run. That is 2 clean runs, I believe, back to back for Jonathan Harms, giving you a bit of a master class. All right, so the first making it into the finals is going to be Jonathan Harms by 2.9 seconds over Adam Wilson. Jonathan Harms will take that spot in the finals. We'll see Adam Wilson in the consies to see if he can get on the podium. But up next is going to be Chuck Dinkins and Scott Hostert. Chuck in the red, Scott in the white. Chuck red, Scott white. Scott Hostert has 1.9 seconds over Chuck Dinkins. Chuck has to put in some work on this round. Chuck with the pull off the ramp. We'll see if he can do it. He's got to make up 1.9 seconds from Scott Hostert. He is a little ahead, but I'm not sure if it's almost 2 seconds worth, and he is knocking some cones. Chuck sent him one. Scott sent it back. Nice racing from those boys. One of these will go to the final. The other will go to the consies with Adam Wilson. 21-4. For Scott, a 21-3 over the line for Chuck. Cone counts might change that, but it does look like Scott will likely take that last spot in the final. All right, Scott Hostert will take that into the final by 1.946 seconds over Chuck Dinkins. Chuck Dinkins will race Adam Wilson in the consies for third to see if they want to take a spot on the podium. So our finals will be Jonathan Harms and Scott Hostert, and our consolation round fighting for a spot on the podium will be Adam Wilson versus Chuck Dinkins. These boys are getting up to the top of the hill. Let them take a breather and some water, and then we'll get running on this consolation round. All right, we're moving into the finals for the Master Division, tight slalom. We will have to transition courses, but we hope to do it pretty quickly. So amateur skaters, if you're out there, amateurs, start getting ready. It is about your time to skate. Amateurs and pros do run different courses, so our amateur division will have their own course. So once we finish these rounds up, we'll move over to the red dots. But for now, we're going to stay. Adam Wilson and Chuck Dinkins will be first up in our consolation round to take third and fourth. Adam Wilson will be in the white lane. Chuck Dinkins, you will be in the red. After that, Jonathan Harms, white. Scott Hostert, red. All right, we are ready to get started here in our consolation round. Adam Wilson is in the white lane. Chuck Dinkins in the red. Chuck, your number 2 qualifier. Adam, the 4th. Chuck with the jump off the start. Adam Wilson trying to catch up. He's running. They're both running pretty clean. Adam's putting a few down though, but Chuck is pulling ahead. Adam's going to try to charge in this bottom section. A nice run from Chuck Dinkins. That'll be a 22.0 for him. A few down for Adam, but a 22.9 across the line. So Chuck is going to take that advantage with a clean run. All right, so Chuck Dinkins will take the advantage by 1.722 seconds over Adam Wilson in the consolation round. Chuck's trying to get that last spot on the podium. Final round, our finals will be Scott Hostert in the red lane and Jonathan Harms in the white. JBH white, Scott red. This is fighting for the silver and the gold. Who wants to be on that top step? All right, this is the first round for our finals for who's going to take first in the Master Division. Tight slalom, Jonathan Harms in the white lane. Scott Hostert is powering ahead in that orange lane. Looks like a few down for each, but we had timer issue, unfortunately, boys. Looks like we had a timer issue on that run from Scott Hostert and Jonathan Harms. Pretty unfortunate timer issue. That was some crazy racing there. We're going to do a test, and once we get them back up, we will give them a second and rerun them on that one. So sorry about that, Scott and JBH. We're going to have to rerun that. Bad sensor on that one. So we'll have to rerun them once they get back up to the top and get some water. But we can go ahead and go to Adam Wilson and Chuck Dinkins. If they are ready to run, we can get them their second consolation round. we can wait. All right, this is the deciding run between Chuck Dinkins and Adam Wilson. Adam in the red lane, Chuck in the white lane. Chuck taking it ahead here at the bottom. So that should be Chuck Dinkins taking home the bronze for the Masters division. We'll get that final cone count. But with him crossing the line before him and running a cleaner race, that should be Chuck Dinkins with the bronze medal for the Masters division, tight slalom, U.S. Nationals. With a pretty clean run from Chuck. He did have one down. He'll take that one, bronze medal by 2.8 seconds over Adam Wilson. Chuck Dinkins will take home the bronze for the Masters division, tight slalom. All right, we have our first round for the finals, the first run for Jonathan Harms and Scott Hostert after a timer issue on their first run. We're going to have to rerun their first one. So Jonathan Harms will be in the white lane again, and Scott Hostert will go to the red lane. We are going to start this timer here. Do not go. We know. Nice starts from both of those skaters. Scott Hostert is in the red lane, gives one. Jonathan Harms in the white lane gives it back, but Scott gives a few more. He's pulling ahead. He is fast on this course, but Jonathan is cleaner, so he can stay with him. Cones will make the difference. That's a 20.5 for Scott Hostert and a 20.7 for Jonathan Harms. Jonathan Harms running the cleaner race. That might make the difference. This is the finals for all the marbles for who's going to take home gold. Masters Division tight slalom. We'll get cone count, confirm that, but it should be Jonathan Harms pulling ahead a little bit purely on cone count. I said a little bit. By 0.049, Jonathan Harms will take the advantage. Basically a tie race, but by 0.049, Jonathan Harms will take the advantage. Scott is faster, but Jonathan's got the cleaner game. Whenever they get up there and get some water and take a breath, we'll rerun those boys to decide the finals, who's going to take home the top position. Concies has already been decided. Chuck Dinkins is on the podium with the third place bronze. We're going to decide who gets first and second, though. I want to give a big shout out to my ladies on the hill. All the women pro racers are out here cone heading for us today. Every single one of them. And I'm up here yapping, but but all of the pro women are out here putting in some work this morning. We got to skate yesterday with the pro men. Pro men I'm not seeing really out there, but that's okay. Pro men, y'all can come help too. But let's give a shout out to the pro ladies. They are putting in some work out here, and we still got to skate later in hybrid slalom too. So if y'all can help these ladies out, shout out to them. Pro men, this is a call out to Conehead for the AMs. I also do want to give out to the pro man I see up there putting in some work. Brando, thank you for starting us on the ramps. Thank you, Brando. Not easy work sitting out here and working and skating. As a reminder, while we got a break, if your friends and family are at home and they want to tag along on this journey, the live stream is up and running for tight and hybrid all day. You can find us on Stoke Slalom Collective on YouTube. So be sure to tell your friends and family to tune in. Doing our best to bring you live coverage out here from the Appalachia Hills. Spottage is a little shaky sometimes, but doing our best out here. We are in the hills, y'all. So we are going to decide our master top two. Jonathan Harms or Scott Hostert will be taking home the gold today for the Masters Tight Slalom National Championship. We'll decide that, and then once we do that, we'll get this course switched over. Amateur skaters, you should be getting ready. Put on your pads, stretch out your legs, get ready, get your board set. We will be running amateur practice as soon as we get that course set over. But for now, we've got our Masters finals on the ramp. Scott Hostert out of California in the white lane. Jonathan Harms out of St. Louis, Missouri in the red lane. After that first round, we have Jonathan Harms with the advantage by just 0.049 seconds, so not even a tenth of a second. It's a close race. It's anybody's game. This is the finals for the Masters Division, tight slalom. Jonathan Harms in the orange lane, Scott Hostert in the white. Scott giving up a few couple early cones and a few more. Jonathan Harms running pretty clean, but he's going to give a few late cones up. This bottom section is tricky. It throws you off down here at the bottom at the tail of the snake. So they both got a little sloppy. We'll see. That was a 19.7 over the line for for Jonathan Harms. 19.7 over the line. 20.0 from Scott Hostert over the line. The cones might make the difference once again. Umbrella on the course. That cone was... a lot of cones down. We'll get the counts and we'll confirm who's taking home gold. They were both pushing. All right. Unfortunately, that was 10 cones for Mr. Scott Hostert. That is a DQ on this course. So Jonathan Harms will take home the gold. Scott was pushing hard, but he couldn't clean it up at the bottom, so that's going to be 10 cones for Scott Hostert. That'll be a DQ. So Jonathan Harms will be your Masters gold at the Tight Slalom U.S. National Championships. Congratulations to Jonathan. If you are out there on that course, cones, we are done with our pro course. Cones can move over to the red dot. Put them on the red dot. The quicker we can get those cones scooted over, the quicker we can get them marked and get our amateurs on the practice course, on the course to practice. So red dots. We'll be back shortly.
gonna mark a few cones and ask for them? All right, Rattler racers, AMs. I need 2 guinea pigs on the ramp to give this course a test run, pre-practice run. Making minimal adjustments to the ramp starts. All right, can I get 2 racers, 1 in each lane, to roll down through this course? We're just checking the last 4 cones before we open practice. I need 1 racer on each ramp to come through the course. Is this thing on? I think this is the first time I've seen nobody wanting to get on a skateboard. Does anybody want to get on the ramp and come down through here for us, please? Well, fuck, I can get up there and do it faster than that. I guess it don't matter. Do we have any AMs that want to do the course, Kyle? Any amateurs that want to do the course? All right, Cal, count them off for me. The timer's off. Just count them down and let them go. bump them in for the center. All right, we got the course closed just for a moment. We got the last 4 or 5 cones we need to chalk, and then we'll get it up back open. Correct. We're still have. We got the last 4 or 5 cones on both courses. We just need to chalk. All right, amateur racers, course is open for practice. Dirty Luke, are you going to practice?
Practice is open. We are giving you all about 15 to 20 minutes, or if you guys are ready before that time frame, just give us a holler. We'll get you guys rolling. So we will end practice here at 1:45-ish. All right, we're running timer tests, so if anybody wants to ride the course, the timer's ready. We'll just do an old-fashioned timer test, and we'll get into racing. So get your last practice runs in if you want to, but we're about to be qualifying time. And could someone break the orange beam up there for me? All right, if you're on the orange course and want to make a run, you're more than welcome to. Timer is a go. So these are going to be our last riders right here before we get into head-to-head qualifying. Give me a second to pull the spreadsheet up. I'll give you the running order. All right.
All right, our bracket is set. Bracket is set for the round of 8 for our amateur division tight slalom. The first matchup, our first qualifier, Luke Polly, will go up against number 8 qualifier, Fernando Medeiros. Then we'll see DJ, Dylan Jackson, 4th place qualifier, against Craig Condon, our 5th place qualifier. So DJ and Craig. Luke, you will be in the white. Fernando, you will be in the red. DJ, white. Craig Condon, red. After that, we'll have Noah Ellison, your 2nd place qualifier, Noah Ellison in the white lane, against our 7th place qualifier, Chris Risk, in the red lane. And then we'll see our 3rd place qualifier, Bert Lumpkins, in the white lane, with our 6th place qualifier, Scott Kamens, in the red. So first up, we'll have Luke Polly, white, Fernando, red. USA versus Brazil. Luke Polly and Fernando. Luke Polly in the white lane, Fernando Medeiros in the orange lane, getting a nice tailwind down this course. They are both running it clean. Fernando trying to charge at the bottom. Nice run from both of those dudes. We love a double clean run. That was a 20.280 for Luke Polly and a 21.958 for Fernando. That'll give 1.678 seconds for Luke Polly. Luke Polly with the advantage on that one. What a tailwind is kicking in here for DJ and Craig. DJ in the white lane, Dylan Jackson out of California in the white lane, Craig Condon in the orange lane. They have a gnarly tailwind coming in here, but they are both handling it well and running clean. DJ scrubs some speed at the bottom, and I believe Craig Condon might have got him on the line. That was a 21.894 for Dylan Jackson and a 21.640 for Craig Condon. We'll get cone count and confirm that. DJ had him, and Craig just came in at the end. Clean run for DJ, though. 2 cones for Craig, so that will be 0.054 seconds in favor of Craig Condon. So DJ will have a 0.5 of a second to make up, so it's a pretty even race there. Up next, Noah Ellison, white. Noah, white. Chris Risk, red. Noah, white. Chris Risk, red. After that, Bert Lumpkins, white. Scott Kamens, red. All right, this is race director Chris Risk in the orange lane, Noah Ellison in the white lane. A pretty even matchup. So far coming down this hill, they are pretty neck and neck. Chris gives up 2. And now they are trying to charge at the bottom. Noah coming through over the line quicker, though. Few cones down as well for Chris. For Noah Ellison, we'll do a 22.404. And for Chris Risk, a 22.865. All right, 3 cones down for Mr. Chris Risk is going to give Noah Ellison the advantage. by 0.761 seconds. So less than a second between those two, 0.7 separating them. Up next, Burt Lumpkins in the white, Scott Kamens in the red. Burt white, Scott red. All right, this is Scott Kamens in the orange lane. Burt Lumpkins in the white lane. First run for this first round of 8 amateur division. Looks like Burt might have got him over the line. For Burt Lumpkins, 21.675. So by a tenth of a second, 21.762. Clean run for Scott Kamens. All right, 1 cone down for Scott Kamens. None for Burt Lumpkins. So that's going to be Burt taking the advantage by a tenth of a second, 0.187 for Burt Lumpkins. Can reset that course, and we'll get on to the second run of our round of 8. That is going to be Luke Polly in the red lane, Fernando Medeiros in the white lane. Luke has 1.678 over Fernando. He's going to try to make that up in this second run. Luke Polly in the orange, Fernando Medeiros in the white. Luke is charging, not leaving Fernando any space to make up this time. And the first of the amateur division to get into the 20s, 20.608 for Luke Polly. 21.432 for Fernando Medeiros on raw time. All right, so with that, Luke Polly would be advancing into the round of 4. Luke Polly taking that first spot into the round of 4, the quarterfinals for the amateur division by 2.7 seconds over Fernando. Next up, we've got DJ in the red lane, Craig Condon in the white, DJ red, Craig white. After that, we'll have Noah Ellison, Noah red, Chris Risk. Chris will be in the white. Luke getting the DJ getting the jump off the ramps on this one. Craig Condon has 0.054 seconds over DJ, so DJ is going to try to beat him across the line, but he also needs to keep it clean because Craig is running clean. Here's where Craig charges ahead. They both scrubbed speed a little bit trying to fight each other, so that's a 21.748 for Craig. 21.748 for Craig, a 21.893 for DJ, 21.748 for Craig. We'll get cone count and we'll confirm that. All right, with 1 cone for Craig and 4 for DJ, and Craig beating him over the line by a 1/10 of a second, that is going to be Craig Condon moving into the final 4. Craig Condon by 0.49 seconds. Up next, we've got 2 more spots left in the final 4, the quarterfinals, the semifinals for this amateur division. Noah Ellison or Chris Risk. Noah is in the red lane, Chris is in the white. Then we'll have Burt Lumpkins in the red lane and Scott Kamens in the white. Noah has the advantage by 0.761 of a second. 0.7 over Chris Risk. All right, this is Noah Ellison in the orange lane, Chris Risk in the white. Chris has to make up 0.7, but with Noah pulling ahead a little bit, Noah's just going to try to keep it clean. All right. For Noah Ellison, that's a 22.274 over the line, 22.274 to Chris Risk, 22.741. We'll get cone count and confirm who's joining the other boys in the final 4. All right, 2 cones down for Noah, 1 for Chris. So that's going to be Noah Ellison by 1.1 seconds, taking it into the final 4. So far, our final 4 semifinals, Luke Polly, Craig Condon, and Noah Ellison have all cashed their ticket. It'll either be Scott Kamens or Burt Lumpkins joining them. This is our final matchup of the quarterfinals, semifinals. Burt Lumpkins and Scott Kamens. All right, nice runs from those two. That was a 22.780 for Scott Kamens to a 22.116 from Burt Lumpkins. So that's going to be Burt Lumpkins taking it into the final 4. Yep, after cone counts by 0.95 of a second, Burt Lumpkins will take that final spot in the final 4, knocking out Scott Kamens. So your final 4, Luke Polly, Craig Condon, Noah Ellison, Burt Lumpkins. Luke and Craig, you will be up first. Luke is in the white lane. Craig is in the red lane. And then we'll see Noah Ellison against Burt Lumpkins. Noah, white. Burt, red. All right, this is the first matchup of our final 4 semifinals. Luke Polly against Craig Condon. Luke in the white lane, Craig in the red. Luke is charging ahead. I'm not sure if he's hit a cone today. He's the only skater running in the 20-second range in this amateur division. But that one was a 21-2-3-4 for Luke Polly, a 23-0-4-4 for Craig Condon. Both clean. No cones on that one. So Luke is going to take that advantage by 1.8 seconds. 1.8 for Luke Polly. Noah Ellison is in the white lane next, and then Bert Lumpkins will be in the red. Noah, white. Bert, red. All right, this is Noah Ellison in the white lane, Bert Lumpkins in the orange lane. First run of their semifinals matchup. They were close over that line. White lane, so Mr. Noah Ellison, 21.697. Orange lane, Bert Lumpkins with a 21.821. Both looked clean. No, we got some cones. 1 for Bert. Clean for Noah. So with that, Noah Ellison will take the advantage by 0.224. 0.224 for Noah Ellison. All right. Luke Polly, Craig Condon, whenever you're ready, take a breather, but you are up next. Luke, red. Craig, white. It's an endurance game when you get to this final 4, especially when you get trucked back up the hill super quick. Can you keep going? This will decide who goes into our final and who goes into our consolation round. Luke Polly or Craig Condon. Luke with 1.8 seconds over Craig Condon, so Craig has work to do. This is Craig Condon in the white, Luke Polly in the orange in that red lane. Luke Polly taking it a little easy. He's got 1.8 over Craig Condon, so if he can just keep Craig with him and keep it clean, he's going to take it into the finals. And he will. He gets him over the line. He gets him over the line. So Luke Polly will take that first ticket to the finals to fight for first place. Noah Ellison, red lane. Noah, red. Bert, white. that was a 21.946 for Craig Condon with 5 cones, and a 21.946. No, a 21.946 for Craig Condon with 5 cones, and a 21.574 for Luke Polly, but that was clean. So with that, Luke Polly by 2.5 seconds will take that into the finals. Craig will fight for a place on the podium in the Consi round. Noah Ellison in the orange, Burt Lumpkins in the white. You're up. Noah Ellison has the lead by 0.224, so 0.2 seconds over Burt Lumpkins. It's a close one. A close race on these two. Oh, and we've got a blowout from Burt Lumpkins. So Noah, hey, give him some space, give him some space. Noah Ellison, if he can just finish this out. Well, he could really blow out and still take it, huh? He'll take it a little easy down here, save his legs. That'll be Noah Ellison taking that final spot in the finals. So with the 22 cones down for Noah Ellison with a 21.925 and a DQ from Burt Lumpkins. So that'll be Noah Ellison taking it into the final. So for our Consi, we'll see Craig Condon and Burt Lumpkins. And then for our finals, we will see Luke Polly against Noah Ellison. Both of those going home with a medal. Craig and Burt got to fight for their spot on the podium. Luke Polly, you will be in the white lane. Noah Ellison, or sorry, we're going to do Craig and Burt first whenever they get up to the top. So Craig, you will be in the white lane. Burt Lumpkins, you will be in the red. Craig, white. Burt, red. All right, for our Consi round, whenever those boys are ready up there, we are ready for you. Craig Condon in the white lane, Burt Lumpkins in the red. I know it's an endurance run, but that's how it is to make it into the finals. Craig, white. Burt, red. Then we'll have Luke. You'll be in the white lane. Noah Ellison, red. Nice jump for Burt Lumpkins on that run. He's pulling ahead a little bit, but Craig is going to catch up. We know Craig is fast down here at the bottom if he can keep his speed, so don't take it easy, Bert. This is the first matchup of our Consi round, fighting for third place on the podium. Craig Condon in the white lane with a 22.260 over the line. Bert Lumpkins with a 21.929. So by a little bit, Bert has the advantage, but we'll get cones and see where that puts it. 3 cones down for Bert Lumpkins and a clean run from Craig Condon. Because of cones, Bert, even with the cones, takes it by 0.031. So not even a tenth of a second. That one's going to stay close into the next round. The finals for the gold medal. Luke Polly in the white, Noah Ellison in the red. Luke white, Noah red. Luke has consistently been the fastest skater in this amateur division out here today. Noah Ellison, though, he qualified second, so it's a fitting final matchup. Your first and second qualifier seeing each other in the finals. Pretty even start up there, but Luke is going to try to power it through. Noah is keeping up. They're pretty neck and neck, but Luke just pulled ahead by about a cone. Luke given a few cones, so Noah's going to try to catch him. All right. Close. Luke pulling Noah. Luke pulling Noah into the 20s with him. 20.090 for Luke Polly. 20.090 for Luke Polly. A 20.632 for Noah Ellison. We'll confirm. Did we get a pullout on that? We need an official call on that. All right, and it was a close race between those two, but unfortunately, Noah Ellison went around 2 cones at the bottom. He didn't make it through the whole course. So with that, Luke Polly is going to take a 1.5 second advantage in that round with a DQ from Noah. All right, up next is our Consi round finals. This is going to be it for our consolation round. We are finishing out our amateur division for tight slalom. After that, we are going to move over to hybrid slalom. We have already qualified our hybrid slalom, but listen up. Here's the order we're going to run hybrid slalom in. Because of the same course between our masters and our pros, we're going to go masters up first. Masters are going to finish out their round of 6. I believe there's only 6 of them. Then we're going to do our pro women, and then we're going to do our pro men, and then we will do our amateurs for hybrid. So up next, Craig Condon in the red lane, Bert Lumpkins in the white lane. Bert has a 0.031 second advantage, so it's pretty neck and neck. All right, this is the deciding run between Craig Condon and Burt Lumpkins for who will take it on the podium in this amateur division. Craig Condon in the orange lane, Burt Lumpkins in the white. Burt has a 0.03 second advantage going into this round. It is close racing from those two. A few cones down, but over the line for 21.293 for Craig Condon and a 21.321 for Burt Lumpkins. So we'll get cone count and we'll get that decided. It is a very close race. Cones will make the difference here. Without cones, 0.003 separating them. Okay, so with that, in the battle of Burt Lumpkins and Craig Condon will take home the bronze medal by 0.097. 0.097 seconds will go to Craig Condon. Up next, we've got to decide our gold and our silver. Luke Polly with 1.5 seconds over Noah Ellison because of a DQ by Noah on the last run. Luke Polly, it is his to lose. He is the hometown local here. Luke is in the red lane, Noah in the white. Pretty even jump, but Luke Polly is charging ahead on this run. Luke Polly in the orange lane out of West Virginia. Noah Ellison in the white lane. Luke, if he can beat him over the line, should have this gold. And he does. 20.921. 20.921 for Luke Polly. 21.562 for Noah Ellison. 3 cones down for Noah Ellison. So that will be topping the podium. Luke Polly taking home the gold in the tight slalom amateurs at the U.S. National Championships. Luke Polly taking that home. Noah Ellison will take home the silver. So our final results for the amateur division tight slalom. Fernando Medeiros will take 8th. CFAB will take 9th, actually, and then Fernando Medeiros will take 8th. Chris Risk in 7th. 6th will go to Scott Kamens. 5th will go to DJ Dylan Jackson. 4th, Burt Lumpkins. 3rd, Craig Condon. 2nd, Noah Ellison. And the hometown boy, Luke Polly, taking home the gold. All right, like we said, we got to switch that course over to the hybrid course that we ran the other day. Qualifying is done for our hybrids, so we're going to jump over to our brackets today. Our brackets. So for the actually, up next, we're going to run our juniors. We're going to let our juniors run on the course today. We love to see some juniors out here skating. So we're going to let our juniors take some runs for our junior division at the U.S. Nationals. All right, so we are going to run our junior division. We're going to set a little course down here for our juniors, and then we'll get them running. We'll get some times for them, and then we will move over to hybrid. Pros, actually, masters. Masters will be first up on the hybrid course. Masters will be first up on the hybrid course. So the all right. All right, so here's some info about hybrid and how that's going to work here in a minute. Listen up. Here's some information about hybrid slalom. We do have like a time constraint. I mean, a little bit. We want to make sure that we get everybody in and we run awards before it's too late. So for hybrid, we have already qualified. We're going to move into our bracket head to head. For that, we will run our master division. That is going to be a round of 6. We have 6 masters. They're all going to run. Then we will go to our pro women. We have a round of 6 there. We will run all 6. Then we will go over to our pro men. A little different here. Listen up. Pro men. Unfortunately, just due to time and a big bracket there, we're going to cut it down to our top 4. Our top 4 pro men are going to run. Top 4 pro men. And then we are going to move over to our masters. And we are also only going to take, amateur. Then we're going to move over to our amateurs. And we'll run a round of 4 as well for them. Check, yeah. Check. All right, we're back. All right, so as a reminder for running order, we're going to do our juniors. Then we're going to set up the pro and master course. We will run masters, pro women, pro men, and then we'll reset the course and run amateur. So master, pro women, pro men, amateur. For the masters and the pro women, they will run their full bracket. There's only 6 of them, so we will run that full bracket. We're still going to run a 6. All right. All right. Okay, to make it easier. All right, listen up. All right, we're trying to make some calls over here. We've got timing. It's already 2 o'clock, I believe, maybe a little later. Anyways, so with that, it's 3 o'clock. So with that, we wanted to start awards 4 to 5 p.m.-ish. So with that, we're going to run our juniors. That order still stands. Masters, pro women, pro men, amateur. However, we are only going to run a round of 4 for each division. Every division is going to be bumped to a round of 4. If you were not in the top 4 for your division, you're done. Sorry about it, but we'll get some cool skating between our top 4s in all the divisions. All right, that was Sophia and Liam. Up next is Heidi. Look at Heidi up there. She's gonna run by herself. Let me know when y'all are ready. Are y'all ready? Heidi Fogel is on the course. A nice run from Heidi Fogel. All right, we're going to run, it looks like Sophia and Liam again. Sophia in the orange lane. Liam. Oh, they're going to switch. Liam in the orange lane. Sophia in the white lane. We love to see some juniors out here. Let me know when you guys are ready. Give me some thumbs up. Did we need the beeps again on that one? Liam and Sophia are on the course. Liam in the orange lane, Sophia in the white. They are pretty neck and neck. Maybe Liam can catch up to her. She's pulling ahead though. Liam, go get her. Nice run from Sophia and Liam. Nice, Heidi. Luke, Kyle, Luke, Polly, Kyle Smith to the timing bridge. Luke, Kyle.
Top 4, everyone else. All right, clarification. It is top 8 pro. When I say pro, that includes all pros, men's and women's. Top 4, everyone else. Please do not kill me. Or you could. Either way, I'll be happy. Hope you've enjoyed Rattler Nationals 2026. Chris has got a few things to take care of. But if you need me, come look for me.
Hey everybody, thanks for hanging out with us today. Happy to have this nice sunny weather after this weekend. The juniors are doing some great runs right now, having fun on the cones, and we've moved the ramps to the top of the hill, getting that set up for all of the hybrid racing that's about to come up, starting to set the top of the course while the juniors are making their runs. And then we'll continue down setting the rest of the hybrid courses. And then we'll get started with that top 4 for Masters class. They'll be racing head-to-head bracket. I know it's nowhere near time to be ready, but that top 4 qualification is Chuck Dinkins, Scott Hostert, Dan Parrish, and Adam Wilson. So those will be our first racers. Everybody else can help set the courses, make sure we're ready to rock when the time comes. Those 4, though, can start your rest, get geared up, make sure you're ready to race head-to-head here any moment.
All right, everybody, I'm going to open up the practice. All right, we're only going to do 2 runs or 1 run. Whoever wants to do a safety run, just warm their legs up. We'll go honor system. Just get your 1 to 2 runs in. Get your legs loose. Get ready to run. And we're starting with the masters, running them through. Then moving on to the pro women. Then we're moving on to pro men. Masters practice right now, warming up, just a couple runs just to warm your legs up, and we'll get right into it.
Okay. To clarify, this is Master division only, taking their warm-up run. Masters, if you want it, take it now. Otherwise, we'll get started in a second. Master division. Master warm-up. Yes, and as a reminder, this is only our top 4. Top 4 for our Masters division. You are warming up. All right. To restate it, Chris Fisk made the call. Race organizers made the call. Amateur and master divisions, you will be running your top 4. If you were not in the top 4 qualifiers. If you weren't top 4 qualifier, you are not in this final round of 4. So our top 4 qualifiers are practicing for the master division only, masters. After that, we'll run our pros. Pro men and pro women are running round of 8. The full brackets will run for the round of 8. And then we'll do our amateurs. They will run a round of 4. We've got to make sure those money spots are fair and equal. So we will run our pros all the way through. Pros. Okay, change. Masters. One second. Okay, change here. All of our masters are going to run. All of our amateurs are going to run. Round of 8. We're all going to run a round of 8. Chuck, watch out. There's a skater behind. Okay. Reminder to look up the hill. All right, so here we go. Listen up. All right, our masters are warming up. Take your one run, and then we're going to move on. However, everybody is running round of 8. So, round of 8 for the master division. Chuck Dinkins will have a bye in that first round of 8, so he will be your first person. He will be your first person in the round of 4. After that, Adam Wilson will go up against Terry Whalen. Scott Hostert against Kurt DiBartolo. Dan Parrish against Jonathan Harms. After that, we'll move over to our pro women. Pro women will run everybody. All pro women. We only have 6, so we will run a round of 8. So pro women, listen up. Here's your... All right, so our number 1 qualifier and our number 2 qualifier for our women will get a bye. So Layola and Lynn, you will have a bye in the first round. Masters, get warming up. Once we're done with this, we will run to you. So Layola, Lynn, you have a bye. Issa and Frankie will run together. And then Sarah and Jennifer Copa. After that, we'll go over to our pro men. All our top 8 will go into that. So Will Fogel and Lou Statman did not qualify into that top 8. So our pro men top 8 will be Gustav and Brando, Joseph Kyle Smith and George Pappas, Pablo and Anthony. Love that one. Pablo and Anthony will race each other, and then Josh Bird and Paul Price. And then after that, we will go to our masters. Our masters will also, amateurs. Amateurs will also get a round of 8. All right, for our round of 8 for our amateurs, we're looking at Luke Polly versus Burt Lumpkins, Fernando Medeiros against DJ, Noah Ellison and Chris Risk, and then Craig Condon and Scott Kamens. So that will be your round of 8 for the amateurs. So we are back to round of 8s for every division. We will all get to skate if you qualified into your top 8. We are going to start with our masters. Master eliminations. Chuck Dinkins got a bye, so we're looking for Adam Wilson and Terry Whalen at the top. After that, we'll have Scott Hostert and Kurt DiBartolo up at the top. Dan Parrish and Jonathan Harms. Master skaters, get to the top of the hill. Please, to the top of the hill. Coneheads, we need some help coneheading this course. We're about to get started for our hybrid head-to-head. If we could get some conehead help on the course, if y'all can let me know who's going to be my counter as well. Coneheads. We could use some hands. If you are not in the master division, we would love your help.
We are still looking for cone heads if you are not a master. it would be greatly appreciated to help on the center of the course, counting cones and being like the lead cone marshal, radioing us, letting us know how many cones are on the course. And it is green dots is the pro course right now, so make sure to set the cones on the green dots. Again, can we please have a few cone heads for the course and everything? Brando, is your radio dead? All right, so on the ramp, we're going to have Adam Wilson in the white lane, Terry Wallen in the orange lane. On deck is Scott Hoster, white lane, Kurt, orange lane. Then after them is going to be Dan Parrish, white lane, Jonathan Harms in the orange lane.
Adam in the white, Terry in the red, Scott Hostert in the white after that, Kurt in the red, Scott white, Kurt red. Then we'll have Dan Parrish, white, Jonathan Harms, red, Dan, white, JBH, red. All right, this is Adam Wilson in the white lane. Terry Whalen in the red. This is a tricky hybrid course. We're switching it up from the tight slalom they ran this morning. Kind of hard to switch into gears. Adam, though, is charging ahead on this one. This is head-to-head racing. This is not qualifying. We've got an X. Is that just a DQ, Terry? We got a pull out from Terry Whalen there, so he will be a DQ. So Adam Wilson with a 28.179 on that one will get his cone count, but he should take that advantage by 1.5 seconds no matter what. Up next, we've got Scott Hostert in the white, Kurt DiBartolo in the red. DQ in the red on that one, so you can put those courses back. We are looking for a white cone count whenever we get it. If anybody can help Conehead, I'm seeing maybe 5 on white. If anybody can help Conehead, please come out and help. I know we all got to skate. It's not fun to work and skate. All right, 4 cones down for Adam Wilson, 28.579 for him, but he will take it by 1.5 seconds because of a DQ. Scott Hostert, we're looking for you in the white lane. Looks like you're up there. Kurt DiBartolo in the red. This is your number 2 qualifier, Scott Hostert, against your number 7 qualifier, Kurt DiBartolo. Don't let that fool you. This is a pretty even race. Kurt is actually out ahead a little bit. Nice run. We are in the Masters round of 8 elimination. Chuck Dinkins is the only one so far in that final 4. 23.894 for Scott Hostert, 23.278 over the line for Kurt DiBartolo. All right, 7 cones down for Scott Hostert, 9 for Kurt DiBartolo. So both of those were in. That would be Kurt taking it by 0.4 of an advantage over Scott Hostert in that first matchup. So next we're going to have Dan Parrish in the white, Dan White, Jonathan Harms in the red. Dan White, JBH, red. Dan Parrish in the white. He's your number 3 qualifier against Jonathan Harms, your number 6 qualifier the other day in hybrid slalom. They are running pretty neck and neck. A few cones on these weird offsets. Now Jonathan Harms going to pull ahead a little bit. Tricky bottom section down here. 20. So that was looking like a DQ for Dr. Dan Parrish, but a 24.768 for Jonathan Harms raw time will get his cone count for the orange cone. If it was a DQ for the white, you could reset that. 3 cones down for JBH, DQ for Dan Parrish. So y'all can reset those courses. Thank you to everybody out here working as a cone head. And thank you to CFAB for having the walkie. We appreciate y'all. It definitely helps. All right. That was the first round for our round of 8. Up next, we're looking for Adam Wilson in the red lane, Terry Whalen in the white lane. Adam has 1.5 seconds over Terry. So Terry is looking to put in some work. Timer is ready when those boys are ready. And that course gets reset. This is Adam Wilson in the red lane. He has 1.5 seconds over Terry Whalen in the white lane. He is charging ahead, not going to let Terry make up any of that time. This course is pretty tight. Oh, that's going to be a pullout, a DQ for Terry Whalen. So that means if Adam can just hold on, make it through, even if he doesn't, he's still got that spot in the Final Four. That will be Adam Wilson advancing on to the Final Four with a time of a 27.335. All right, the second spot in that Final Four is decided. Adam Wilson will be going up against Chuck Dinkins. That's your 4th place qualifier, Adam, against your 1st place qualifier, Chuck. That is going to be the first of the round of 4. Up next, we've got Scott Hostert in the orange lane, Kurt DiBartolo in the white lane. Scott, orange, Kurt, white. After that, Dan Parrish, you are going to be in the red, in the orange. Jonathan Harms in the white. Yeah, Kurt DiBartolo has the lead by 0.416 over Scott Hostert in this matchup. So 0.4 that Scott has to make up. Jonathan Harms has 1.5 over Dan Parrish in the next matchup. However, yeah, Kurt DiBartolo having the advantage on this one is a bit of an upset to our number 2 qualifier, Scott Hostert. Scott Hostert in the orange lane giving up some cones. Oh, and Kurt DiBartolo has pulled out of this one, sadly. So Scott Hostert's just going to be looking to hold on. Nice one from Scott. He will take the advantage. Oh, with only 0.4 over him in the last run. That'll be Scott Hostert unless he DQ'd going into that final. And Scott makes it in with 8 cones on his run. With 8 cones, he'll advance into that final 4. So confirmed, Scott Hostert will take that 3rd spot into the round of 4. We're going to decide who he's racing with. Dan Parrish is going to be in the red lane. Jonathan Harms in the white. Jonathan Harms has 1.5 second advantage going into this round. Dan, red. JBH, white. Golf cart needs to stop. Scott. All right, looks like we had a pull out from Dan Parrish, unless I messed him up. Dan Parrish entering on the wrong side, it seems like. But Jonathan Harms making it through the course. So that'll be Jonathan Harms taking that final spot. Hey, Scott, be sure you don't go near the finish line with that golf cart while they're going. Thank you. It will trigger the timing system. 4 cones down for Jonathan Harms. So that will put him into that round of 4. So our round of 4 matchups, Chuck Dinkins against Adam Wilson. Scott Hostert against Jonathan Harms. So Chuck Dinkins, you will be in the white lane. Adam Wilson, red. Scott, you will be in the white lane. Jonathan Harms, red. These boys are going to get on this golf cart, and we'll get them up to the top of the hill to start our round of 4. All right, I'm seeing we got Chuck Dinkins up there in the white lane. We're waiting for Adam Wilson in the red lane. Chuck Dinkins was your number 1 qualifier against Adam Wilson. Chuck Dinkins is in the white lane, Adam Wilson in the red lane. He was your number 4 qualifier. Chuck taking it a little easy, but Adam's coming up for him. Nice run from those guys. 26.514 for Chuck Dinkins. And a 27.109 for Adam Wilson. We'll get cone counts on that. Up next, we've got Scott Hostert in the white, Jonathan Harms in the red, Scott, white, JBH, red. After that one, Chuck Dinkins will take it by 0.895 seconds, 0.859 for Chuck Dinkins. Jonathan Harms in the orange lane, Scott Hostert in the white lane. This is the first matchup for these boys in the semifinals. Whoa, they are trading some cones. But Jonathan Harms coming a little ahead here at the end after those offsets. If they can keep it clean, though, some of those cones might have been hit by other cones, so y'all be sure to count that up. Keep an eye on that. On raw time, 23.265 for Scott Hostert and a 22.721 for Jonathan Harms. We'll see what the cone count does. There's a lot of cones out there.
Hey, Scott. At some point.
All right, we can reset that course. We've got cone counts. Unfortunately, that was a DQ for Mr. Scott Hostert. 10 cones down for Scott Hostert. So Jonathan Harms will take that advantage by 1.5 seconds. He was faster over the line with 7 cones with a 23.421. Jonathan Harms will take it by 1.5 seconds after the first round. We are back to our top for the round of 4. Chuck Dinkins against Adam Wilson. Chuck will be in the red. Adam Wilson will be in the white. Chuck, red. Adam, white. Chuck Dinkins in the orange lane, Adam Wilson in the white lane. Chuck has .895 over Adam. If he can keep it clean and make it down this course, he'll be taking that into the finals. One will go to finals, one will go to consies. Chuck is charging ahead at the bottom. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Medic! Medic! We need medic! 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 At the bottom of the hill, medic! Y'all, please give it space down here. I know Dr. Dan is coming, but we don't need many more. We have a medic on hill. All right, we've got a gnarly spill from Chuck down here. He is getting up, though. And everything looks intact, hopefully. Let's give it up to Chuck.
Yeah, Chuck!
Well, the good news is, if he's willing to keep skating, Chuck Dinkins did take that into the finals, claiming that first spot in the finals. We'll let him decide if he wants to skate it. Chuck Dinkins by 4 seconds will take that over Adam Wilson. Scott Hostert and Jonathan Harms are up next. Scott Hostert in the red lane, Jonathan Harms in the white. JBH is down here, so we'll let him get back up to the top. Let's give it up to Chuck. He looks okay. We're glad you're okay, Chuck. So far, Chuck Dinkins is in the finals, and Adam Wilson is in the consies. All right, I believe we are good to run. We'll get some cone heads back in place. But we're glad you're up and running, Chuck. At least up and walking. All right, I think we are ready to rumble. Scott Hostert, Jonathan Harms. Scott, you're in the red. JBH, white. If we can get that course reset, we will get y'all going so y'all get up there. Scott Hostert, red. Jonathan Harms, white. All right, this is to decide the final spot in the finals for this Master Division Hybrid Slalom head-to-head bracket. Jonathan Harms has 1.5 seconds over Scott Hostert, so he can take it easy and make it clean unless Scott gets too far ahead. So he'll just try to pace him a little bit. 22.641 for Jonathan Harms and a 22.096 for Scott Hostert. One cone down for Jonathan Harms, 2 cones down for Jonathan Harms, and unfortunately another DQ from Scott Hostert to Scott. Jonathan Harms. Thank you. 3 cones down for Jonathan Harms, actually, but a DQ by Scott Hostert will mean that Jonathan Harms will take it into the finals for Hybrid Slalom. All right, so Jonathan Harms and Chuck Dinkins, if he wants to skate, we'll get that confirmation. Chuck Dinkins and Jonathan Harms would be your final round. Adam Wilson and Scott Hostert will match up in the Conti round to see who can get on the podium. All right, we're going to get Chuck Dinkins bandaged up over here by our lovely medic, and then we will get him up to the top of the hill. He wants to run this finals against Jonathan Harms. He is not going to settle for second. Chuck Dinkins and Jonathan Harms will be your final matchup, and then Adam Wilson and Scott Hostert will be your consies for the fight for third. I know they want a podium. Adam traveled a long way to be here. He would love to take a podium home. Adam will be in the white and Scott Hostert will be in the red. That will be the next skaters up. Adam, white, Scott Hostert, red. We'll take a minute and get Chuck bandaged up. Adam Wilson will be in our white lane and Scott Hostert in the red. Adam, white. Scott, red. After that, Chuck will be white. Jonathan Harms, red. Chuck, white. JBH, red. Chuck getting bandaged up down here. All right, Scott Hostert in the orange lane. He's going to try to clean it up a little bit and get some times. Adam Wilson in the white lane. Scott looking good on this run. All right, a 26.628 for Adam Wilson. 26.628 raw time. 23.081. And Scott Hostert will take it. Adam was cleaner, only one cone down for him, but Scott Hostert was faster. Even with 8 cones, he'll take it by 2.8 seconds. So he's got a good advantage going into that second run. Scott is headed up the hill. Looks like we are just waiting on Chuck and JVH. But Chuck is getting bandaged up. So we will run that second round of consies if we need to while we wait for Chuck. Give him time to recoup after that fall. All right, so we're going to run Scott and Adam here in a second. Scott Hostert on that first run had 2.8 over Adam Wilson. 2.8 seconds over Adam Wilson. Scott was fast. He had a few more cones than Adam. Adam only had 1, but Scott was faster. 2.8 second advantage to Scott Hostert. This is the second round of the consolation round fight for the podium. Scott Hostert has 2.8 over Adam Wilson going into this round. This is their second run, so this will decide all the marbles who gets on that podium, Scott Hostert or Adam Wilson. Scott is charging ahead. If he keeps it in, even if he doesn't, he's going to take that consi round. Nice run from those boys. We'll get cone counts and confirm who gets on that podium. All right. Some confirmations. 10 cones down for Adam Wilson. So that was a DQ for him. 6 down for Scott Hostert in the white lane. So with that, Scott Hostert is confirmed to take the bronze for the Master Division Hybrid Slalom at the U.S. Nationals. Nice work from Scott Hostert to bring home that bronze. In our final round, we've got Chuck Dinkins and Jonathan Harms. They will run back-to-back to finish out our Masters Pro Women. Pro Women, you're up after this. Pro Women, get your pads on, get your stretching going. Pro Women, we will get 1 practice run, 1 warm-up run. That is it. 1 run through the course, and then we'll start our head-to-head bracket for the Pro Women. Pro Women, get ready. I believe Chuck Dinkins is coming up the course, or might be already up there. But we'll have Chuck Dinkins in the white lane, Jonathan Harms in the red, Chuck white, JBH red for our finals. All right. We are giving Chuck a second to catch his breath after that spill. He took a gnarly spill at the end of the semifinals. Gnarly spill after the end of the semifinals, but he is going to run these finals. As a reminder, friends and family can tune in on Stoke Slalom Collective on YouTube. Stoke Slalom Collective. Everybody watching at home, thanks for tuning in. We know it's a little glitchy. We are out here in the Appalachia Hills. Service is a little spotty, but we're bringing you as much coverage as we can from out here in West Virginia. So thanks for bearing with us. We're going to have our finals for our Masters Division up here in just a second. We will run them back to back. Third place on the podium has already been decided. Scott Hostert is taking that one home. But we've got to decide first and second between Chuck Dinkins and Jonathan Harms. Chuck took a nasty spill, so we're giving him a second, but it looks like he's moving that way. Giving him a second to catch his breath after getting all bandaged up. Up next, we'll have the pro women, too. So pro women will be on the course after this, after we get these 2 runs done. We've got skaters on ramps. This is Jonathan Harms out of Missouri in the orange lane, and a DQ, unfortunately, from Chuck Dinkins. Not sure what happened there. Give JBH some space. JBH is going to take it easy on this run, and he'll take a 1.5 second advantage as long as he does not also DQ, and he does not. So with that one, Jonathan Harms will take the advantage with the DQ from Chuck Dinkins. It is hard to take a spill and then get back up and do it again. 22.649 for Jonathan Harms. 22.649. That'll be 1.5 seconds. 1.5 seconds for Jonathan Harms. We'll get them back up to the top, and we'll decide the finals for this master division whenever they catch their breath and get back up there. We have one more matchup. Chuck Dinkins and Jonathan Harms one more time. And then we'll open it up to pro women for practice. Pro women, get ready. But we've got one more matchup. We have one more matchup between Jonathan Harms and Chuck Dinkins. We ran our Consi round back-to-back because Chuck was getting all bandaged up. So now we're going to run these boys, Chuck and JBH, back-to-back to finish out our Master Division. As a reminder, pro women will get one run. We will take one run after these boys get down this hill and we decide first and second. One run per skater, please. Finals for the Master Division Hybrid Slalom. Our final podium spots of the weekend are underway. Jonathan Harms has 1.5 second advantage over Chuck Dinkins, who DQ'd in the last run. Jonathan Harms going to take it easy. Chuck's going to try and charge ahead. Jonathan Harms taking that bottom section, teaching us a little lesson. So that'll be Mr. Jonathan Harms taking that gold back to St. Louis. Chuck Dinkins will take home the silver, taking second place. And Scott Hostert will take the bronze. So that's your top three for the Master Division. Top three for the Master Division. Hybrid slalom at the U.S. Nationals. Number 3 is Scott Hostert. Chuck Dinkins, number 2. And then your U.S. National Champion hybrid slalom for the Masters is Jonathan Harms.
Harms. And beautiful run, Chuck. All right, now we're getting into the women's. We're going to be flying through these top 8 runs through this pro course action. Now we're moving on to the pro women. They're going to get one run. Pro women are only getting one run before we get things rolling. So once all 6 women get their runs in, we'll start head-to-head racing. And here's the lineup. Leola and Lynn both have a bye for this round of 8. So we'll be running Issa Ruiz and Frankie in the first heat, and then Sarah Bird and Jennifer Copa in the second heat. So it'll be Issa white lane, Frankie in the red lane. Sarah Bird white lane, Jennifer Copa red lane. What was it they said? All right, so we're doing the practice runs now. The practice is open for the women. It's one practice run. Then we're getting straight into racing. All right, we're ready to rock and roll and run this event.
All right, so our pro women, since we have Leola Kahaku in first place, she gets a bye for the first round. And Lynn Kramer in second place also gets a bye. The first matchup we have is Isa Ruiz and Francesca Rosario. Isa in the white lane, Frankie in the red lane. And then on deck, we'll have Sarah Bird in the white lane, Jennifer Copa in the red lane. The course and timer are ready, so just let us know when the racers are up there and ready. Isa Ruiz is in white lane, and Frankie is in red lane. Isa in the white lane, Frankie in red lane. Let's get to racing. All right, are our racers ready to get on the ramp? We'd like to get this rolling so we can get all of our racing done before nightfall. All right, here we are. First round of 8 for pro women, Isa and Frankie. All right, so they're off. We have a few cones in the orange lane from Frankie. Right at the big offsets, we have a few cones from both lanes. Now it's a mind game of just staying solid at the bottom.
Yeah!
And it looks like Isa has it on raw time. Isa in the white lane has a raw time of 22.674, with Frankie in the orange lane with 23.364 before the cone count. But the cones will matter here more than ever. Head-to-head racing. Cones matter, raw time matters. You're not just racing yourself like qualifying, you're racing the person next to you. Can we get the golf carts to run at the bottom? So in the first round, Isa takes it by 0.79 seconds with cones adjusted. That's her advantage going into round 2. Now we have Sarah Bird versus Jennifer Copa. Sarah in the white lane, Jennifer in the red. This is their first run of round of 8. All right, course and timer are ready. We're about to send these women first round. And here they go. Sarah starting from the ramp. Jennifer opting to start off the ramp on the ground. And she is going full steam ahead no matter what. She's hitting a few cones. Jen's not quite matching the cone count, which is in her benefit there. That's good. Keeping solid right where it tightens up at the bottom of this course. Yeah. Really nice runs from both sides. In the white lane, Sarah took a raw time of 24.380, and Jennifer Copa in the orange lane took a raw time of 28.371. Six white cones and one red cone. We'll see what that adjusted time is in just 1 second. Next up, we will have Issa versus Frankie again in the flipped lanes. So Issa will be in the red lane, Frankie in the white lane. The difference from that last run between Sarah and Jennifer is Sarah has an advantage of 3.491 seconds with the adjusted times. All right, the course looks set. The timer is ready. We need Issa and Frankie on the ramps. All right, all the women are back at the top of the hill. So now we need Issa in the red lane, Frankie in the white lane. This will start our round 2 of the round of 8. Run number 2, just to be a little more clear about that. Run number 2, round of 8 for pro women. Just a reminder that 2 of our top pro women got a bye for this round of 8. So we're running 4 women to get to the round of 4. That's how it is sometimes. And Issa and Frankie are off. Looks like Frankie got a really great pull off the ramp. But you got to be careful. Stay in it. Stay smooth. Both of them are charging. They know how much this means to continue on to the next round. They're at the bottom here where it tightens up. They're pushing neck and neck at the finish line with only a 0.09 difference in raw time at the very end. For Frankie, her raw time is 22.911. Issa was ahead in the orange lane with 22.895. That's raw time. We are going to get a cone count and see what that adjusted time is and see the disadvantage or advantage makeup between these two. But next, we will have Sarah Bird in the red lane, Jennifer Copa in the white lane. Okay, a little upsetting news, but Frankie got 10 cones on that run, which means she got a DQ on her second run against Issa, who got 8 cones. So Issa takes that round by 2.29 seconds. She moves into the round of 4. All right, next up we have Sarah Bird and Jennifer Copa. Sarah has an advantage of 3.491. So Jen is going to be charging. She knows how much she needs to make up. This is hard work right here. To stay in the national championships. Here we go. All right, they're off, and Jen did decide to do the start ramp this time. She knew she had to make up that time and go for it. Oh, it looks like Sarah has pulled out with her arm up, which means there could possibly be a cone out of place. Jen is going to stay in it because if the contest is not correct, she knows she still might get a time, so it's not over. But she did cross the finish line with her raw time of 24.355 for Jennifer Copa. We'll still get the cone count for Jen, and we will check. We'll check where that cone could possibly be out. We'll ask Sarah what she thought she saw and make that call. And it sounds like 4 cones for white. I don't believe this will change anything if Sarah did get a DQ or if it was valid. All right, so Sarah's going to decide to mark that as a DQ for run number 2. She thought there was something wrong, but it seems like it was okay. That still means Sarah advances by 1.991 based on that first run. So she is into the round of 4. So our round of 4 for pro women are Leola Kahaku versus Issa Ruiz and Lynn Kramer versus Sarah Bird. So our first round is Loyola in the white lane, Issa in the red lane. So this is actually our top 4 women for the U.S. National Champions at the Rattler. This is our semifinals. And then after this, we'll run the finals with our constellations decided by these 4 runs. So first we'll have Loyola in the white lane, Issa in the red lane. This hybrid course is a bit of a tricky one for the pros. It's a little bit of a mixture of everything, which is exactly what hybrid is. At the top, it has a ton of offsets to generate your speed, and then it tightens up and has a very tight like S-curve, like we saw in the tight slalom earlier today. And then it spreads back out to very big offsets, resembling a smaller GS. And then at the bottom, you can see that it's a tight S-curve again with offsets at the bottom. So it has a little bit of everything. It really tests how patient and how energetic you could stay throughout the whole thing since it's so long. And it looks like Loyola and Issa are on the ramps. So let's get things rolling. All right, here we go. Let's see this nice hybrid course. We have a few cones at the top. Loyola, the current world champion pro woman of slalom skateboarding. They're side by side at the bottom, crossing at the same time. This raw time difference is 0.007 difference of raw time at the finish line. Loyola has a 22.781, and Issa on the orange lane has 22.778. So maybe my math is a little wrong, 0.009 raw time difference. Okay, so my math was double wrong. Nobody critique my math, but the raw time was 0.003 difference. However, the bad news is orange has a DQ based on cones with 10 cones just over the limit. So that is a DQ for Issa, while Loyola has 4 cones. So Loyola will go into the next round with a 1.5 second advantage that Issa needs to make up. But next we have Lynn Kramer in the white lane, Sarah Bird in the orange lane. And we're just double checking that to make sure all of our cones are clean and set in the right position. All right, and the round of 4 Run number 1 between Lynn Kramer and Issa Bird, and Sarah Bird, are off. It's confusing with my mom's name. But Sarah is pushing very far ahead, with Lynn almost pulling a clean run. Not too many cones thrown on both sides. They were giving it everything they got. They want to make sure they are in the final, and this determines that. The raw times. Lynn Kramer with a 22.641 raw time, and Sarah Bird with a 22.280 raw time. So she was faster on raw time. However, Lynn had 1 cone and Sarah had 4. Sarah has the advantage by 0.061. Less than 1 cone advantage going into round number 2. All right, so our next racers are going to be the run number 2 for Leola Kahaku and Issa Ruiz. Leola is in the red lane. Issa is in the white lane. Both of these riders are very experienced now in racing each other and in this class. They know what they need to do in both directions to continue on for the finals. This is when you want to get all of your energy out. Everything in the gas tank. And they're down the ramps. They're in their runs. The second run of round 4. Leola's pulling ahead just slightly, going into the bottom tight section with the offsets and across the finish line. And we have a few cones on each side. So with the calculations, we need to double check. But I know Issa had a lot to make up for that round number 2. White lane with a raw time of 22.738. And orange lane with a 22.342. So Leola won that one by 0.596, which means she takes both runs by 2.096. Continuing on to the finals for Leola. Issa will be racing in the consolation round for 3rd, trying to get a podium for hybrid. So next, we will race Lynn Kramer in the red lane, Sarah Bird in the white lane. Sarah has an advantage of less than 1 cone. It's 0.061. So neither of these women will be backing off of the energy right here. And they're down the ramps. They're off, starting their second round of round 4. Sarah in the white, Lynn in the orange. Sarah gives 1 cone, gives a couple, Lynn gives 1 back. Oh, it seemed a little tricky. Sarah's known for yelling at Lynn across the courses. I think she's very focused this time. I didn't hear much yelling, but she gave a lot of cones, so we're going to see if she is able to stay in the lead. The raw time says that Orange is ahead. Lynn was ahead with a 21.940 raw time to Sarah's 22.709 in the white lane. And unfortunately, that's a DQ with 11 cones on the white lane for Sarah. And 2 on the orange lane for Lynn. Which means they were so close to times going into that round. Lynn does take that into the finals against Leola Kahaku. Lynn Kramer versus Leola Kahaku. For the finals, the constellations will be Issa versus Sarah for third place. We'll see them get back to the top, give Sarah a rest, and Issa and Sarah will be the next ones on the ramp, with Issa in the white lane. But we'll give her a breather since she just went against a 17-time world champion on her national champion hybrid. Thank you to everybody cone-heading today and all weekend. I know it's a lot of hard work, especially when it's this hot in West Virginia in July, the dead of summer. But thank you everyone that's out there putting in all that effort. And for all of our shuttle drivers with the golf carts, for all these racers to get back to the top of the hill, one, without depleting their energy in this almost heat exhaustion out here, but also to make things go faster and smoother for our racing schedule today. All right, next up we have our Consi round, and then we'll do our final 2 women. We'll go back and forth. Run number 1 is Issa in the white lane, Sarah in the orange lane. These two are now neighbors in Santa Fe, New Mexico. So I know there's a almost family rivalry between these two. I'm expecting to hear some yelling across the courses. Pro men, your class is up next, the top 8 of pro men. So start stretching. We see Pablo over there on the side of the hill. He's stretching. Get your gear ready. Issa in the white, Sarah in orange. And this is for third place, a podium for the hybrid nationals. There's a lot that this rides on. There is overall points that everyone is thinking about for the whole weekend. So they want to take this run into account no matter what place you're getting. That has a lot of meaning for your overall points. So we're going to send Issa Ruiz in the white, Sarah Bird in the orange lane when they are ready. And they're off. Here we go. Instantly giving a couple of cones to each other. But I know they really want this win against each other. This isn't just part of Nationals placements. This is bragging rights between the two. They're pushing it with everything they got at the finish line. Oh, almost too much at the finish line. We don't know the cone count. There's cones on both sides. For the raw time, it looks like Sarah crossed the finish line first raw time with a 22.811 versus Issa's 22.990. We need the cones to adjust that. That's going to determine the outcome. All right, so Issa gave up 7 cones, and Sarah gave 6 cones, almost dead even on cone count, almost dead even on raw time. Sarah takes a .279 advantage into run number 2. All right, so this is our first run of the finals to determine first place and second place for hybrid. This is between Leola Kahaku in the white lane, Lynn Kramer in the red lane. There's been an update to the cone count for the white lane for Issa just then. It's 8 cones. So Sarah's advantage grows to .379. .379 difference going into run number 2. But here's run number 1 for Leola and Lynn for the hybrid national championship. All right, Leola and Lynn are off. They are no strangers to racing each other either. Lynn pulled out really fast out of that starting ramp. She knows how fast Leola is. Leola knows how fast Lynn is. There's experience on the orange lane. And Lynn crosses the finish line first, but did give up a few cones. Lynn crossed with a 21.730, and Leola crossed with a 22.162. Once we get this cone count, we're going to ask all the cone heads to do a triple check on the cone placements to make sure we're on the right dots. All right, Leola had 8 cones, Lynn had 5. So Lynn Kramer has an advantage going into run number 2 with a .732. Leola needs to make up that time, but she is disadvantaged going into run number 2. And if we can have all the cone heads just to walk their section of the course, make sure they are on the green dots, double check the cone placements. These are very serious final runs, as we all know. All right, so our next run is run number 2 between Isa Ruiz in the red lane, Sarah Bird in the white lane. Sarah has an advantage of .379 going into run number 2. And we're just going to do a short check of the course here to make sure everything's on the right circles, on the right dots. Make sure it's a true mirrored course. That's how all of the courses were set this weekend. Mirrored courses measured to make sure they are the same on both sides, but the opposite turns. That makes it to where there's no stance bias. It makes it for great action watching the racing. We're still coming down thanks to George Pappas. I think that's what he's doing. He could just be taking a joyride in the middle of this run. I don't know. No, it looks like he sees something. All right, that's good. George Pappas has been known to have a few joyrides in his life, so. There we go. Thank you to everybody watching at home. We're in the pro women class for hybrid slalom. This is the second run of consolations, and then our final run for the first and second place for pro women in hybrid. See Mike Macy in the chat. Thank you for watching, and Skate Kings. Thank you, thank you. Timer is ready. Course is ready. We'll wait for our racers to get ready. They're getting hyped up at the top, giving all the energy. This means everything to them right now. This is the last run of the weekend for these ladies. Doesn't matter if you're on E, you need to give everything in the gas tank. Like I said before, this is it to determine third place. Sarah pulls ahead on the white course out of the gate with a strong pull on the start ramp. Isa is not going to let her slide by on this course. They're both really close together right here. They're pushing with everything right down to the finish line, which they are, I was about to say clean at the finish line, but they did give one each at the very bottom. But they had a few up top that they will need in the calculation. Sarah Bird crosses the finish line first in raw time, 22.858 to Isa's 23.045, not very far behind. Cones really matter when they were that close at the finish line. And both make a good time. 7 cones for Sarah, 9 for Isa. And Sarah takes third place for hybrid with the advantage of .766. That's third place for Sarah, fourth place for Isa. So now more than ever, we're going to do another check with all the cone circles, the cone dots. Triple check that course because this is the final run of women, the pro women class at the Rattler U.S. Nationals. Lynn is ahead with an advantage of .732 going into run number 2. Every little detail matters in this final race. No matter what strategy you go with, clean and safe, aggressive to make up for possible cones. Who knows? Just as long as you don't, mess with the other rider mid-course, throwing elbows or anything. That's not a cool strategy. Our course is ready. Timer is ready. We need our racers on the start ramps and to know if they are ready. We have Loyola in the red lane, Lynn in the white lane for the grand final pro women race. Okay. Both of our women are on the start ramps on their boards. Lynn and Loyola. And they pulled. I hear the signature Lynn grunt. Loyola is not lacking in that energy as well. She's pushing as hard as she can. This is the current women's world champion versus an ex-17-time world champion. Oh! All the energy came out at the end. Every little bit. Lynn crossed the finish line first with a 22.162. Loyola's 22.470. Like I said, cone counts matter. Lynn let out a huge, energetic yell at the end across that finish line. Lynn was nearly clean until the last one cone that she hit versus Loyola going over the DQ limit, which means Lynn Kramer takes the U.S. National Championship title for hybrid slalom, and they're taking their victory lap. They're coming up the course now. Congratulate our first and second place. Lynn Kramer in first, Loyola in second for hybrid slalom U.S. Nationals. There we go. Congratulations. So next up, we will have the pro men top 8 for hybrid slalom. Pro men to the top of the hill. If you're not already up there with your gear, all ready and prepped for a practice run, we will let you know when to start here in just a moment.
And we do have food down here at the pavilion down at the bottom of the hill behind the air-conditioned porta potties. We've got food, we've got shirts to grab if you guys got some time to go grab that. Just bada bing, bada boom.
Yep. Open practice for pro men. Just one practice run for all racers. One practice run. Practice is open. Choose your lane wisely for that one practice run.
All right. Our order, Gustav and Brando were the first up, but Brando is going to be our gracious starter. He hit his head yesterday, so he's going to bow out of that one with Gustav. So first up will be, let's go Pablo Martinez Alvarez and Anthony Rojas. Joseph Cosmith is getting up there. He was doing some stuff down here for us on the spreadsheet. So once we get him up there, we'll run him. But let's just go ahead and start with Pablo and Anthony. After Pablo and Anthony, we'll have Josh Bird and Paul Price. Thanks for being patient with us, guys. We are almost there. 5:52 here in West Virginia. We're going to get through these pro boys, and then we'll get our amateurs done, and then we'll be done for the Nationals weekend. All right, here we go in the pro men hybrid slalom round of 8. This is our first matchup against Pablo Martinez Alvarez and Anthony Rojas. Pablo in the white, Anthony in the red. It's fun to watch these buddies skate. After this, we will have Josh Bird and Paul Price. Josh Bird is going to be in the white, Paul Price in the red. Pablo Martinez Alvarez in the white lane, taking a 20.991. Anthony Rojas getting 22.028 over the line. We'll get the cone counts, if there were any. We'll get confirmation on that. All right, after that matchup between Pablo and Anthony, Pablo will have a 1.137 advantage over Anthony Rojas. 1.1 for Pablo. Josh Bird and Paul Price are on the course. Josh Bird is in the white. Paul Price is in the orange. Josh has him by about a cone right now, and they're both running pretty clean. I see that Paul has one down, at least two here maybe at the bottom. A little bit late cones for Paul Price as he tried to catch up to Josh Bird. Josh Bird with a clean run for him, 21.838, a 22.2 for Paul Price. Correct. Yes. George Pappas is up next in the red lane, in the orange lane. Joseph Kyle Smith is in the white lane. They are on the ramps. Joseph Kyle Smith in the white lane against George Pappas in the red lane. Pavel versus Pavel. After that last round, Josh Bird has a 0.6 second advantage over Paul Price. 0.6. A few cones down for George Pappas. Joseph Kyle Smith looks clean. We'll get confirmation on that. So, can we get the link? All right, Gustav. Gustav has a bye. So Pablo and Anthony should be back up. Pablo and Anthony. Pablo has a 1.137 second advantage. He's going to be in the red lane this time. Pablo red, Anthony white. Did they got an update if the game's over? Pablo orange, Anthony white. Timer is ready. Anthony Rojas with a false start. He tried to make the jump when the first one went down here, but he was a little early by a 1/10 of a second. So he's just going to run and hang out with his friend. Two friends, Pablo and Anthony, out here riding their skateboards today. Pablo putting down a clean run. Pablo will take that win with an Anthony getting a false start. He had to try. He had to try. 22-2-3-1 for Pablo. Doesn't matter. One cone for orange. DQ for white. Pablo will take it into the round of 4. Pablo in the round of 4. Josh Bird and Paul Price. Josh Bird is in the red lane. Paul Price is in the white lane. And then we'll have Joseph Kyle Smith in the red lane. George Pappas in the white lane. Josh Bird in the red lane, Paul Price in the white lane. Josh going into this round has 0.6 seconds over Paul Price. 0.6, so he can take it a little easy unless Paul starts creeping on him. He's not gonna. Josh Bird, pretty clean run. Paul put down a few as well. Josh taking it over the line by a 1/10 of a second with that advantage that should put Josh Bird into that round of 8. All right. It looks like maybe another Spain win for Spain. Is that a win? Is that time? Can anybody tell me if Spain just won? España! World Cup win for Spain. Hell yeah. All right. Joseph Kyle Smith in the red lane. George Pappas is in the white lane. This will finish out our round of 4, deciding our top 4. Jokai has 0.626 over George Pappas. Jokai with the advantage. Gustav, Pablo, and Josh Bird are all already in the final. This is the final spot, your number 4 and 5 qualifier. Joseph Kyle Smith in the red lane, but George Pappas in the white lane is sending cones his way. George Pappas has 0.6 to make up. Joseph Kyle Smith is going to cross the line first. George Pappas just criddling one at the very end. Nice racing from those boys. A 20.9 for George Pappas, a 20.8 for Joseph Kyle Smith. But I think Kyle was cleaner, and he had the advantage. With 3 cones for George Pappas to Joseph Kyle Smith's 2 cones. Getting confirmation on that. 4 cones. 4 cones for George Pappas. Joseph Kyle Smith will be taking that into the round of 4 by 0.9 seconds. 0.9. That'll go to Joseph Kyle Smith. So your final 4, Joseph Kyle Smith, he is going to go up against Gustav Galetes in the white lane. Joseph Kyle Smith will be in the red. Pablo, you will be white. I know you're on a high, but you got to race in the white course. You'll be in the white course after them. Josh Bird will be in the red course. This is Joseph Kyle Smith in the orange lane. Gustav in the white lane. Gustav. Jokai is really actually keeping up with some Gustav right now. Oh, he calms it down here towards the end. Save his legs for consies maybe. A 20.8 for Jokai. 19.4 for Gustav. Everybody, if you could check the cones around you. These boys are flying. We want to make sure their cones are in the right place. Just take a look around you. Make sure you see circles. Pablo is going to be white. Pablo, white. Josh Bird, red. Up next, they are on the ramps. We'll get them going when they're ready. All right, we are underway. Pablo Martinez Alvarez in the orange lane. In the white lane, Josh Bird is in the orange lane. Wow, neck and neck over the line. Pablo might have got him by just a tenth of a second. Pablo with a 20.141 over the line, 20.25 for Josh Bird. 4 cones down for Josh. 4 for Josh, 2 for Pablo. This course is a battle of the cleanest run, so that'll be .316 for Pablo. Pablo will take the advantage by just .316. After that first round, Gustav has a 1.5 second advantage over Joseph Kyle Smith. Pablo with a 0.316 second advantage. Trying to take one home, another one for the day for Spain. We have one more run in this round of 4 before we decide our finals and our contis. First up is going to be Gustav in the red, Jokai in the white. Gustav red, Jokai white. After that, Pablo, you will be in the red, Josh Bird in the white. All right, this is Jokai, Joseph Kyle Smith, and Gustav. Gustav has 1.5 second advantage. He could DQ and still take it. Joseph Kyle Smith trying to catch him here at the end. Nice battle between those two. Jokai was trying to get him. They're all smiles coming across the finish line. 21-0 for Jokai, a 20.4 for Gustav. So that will be a final. 1 cone for each of those boys. So that'll be Gustav. Gustav taking it into the final. Another final for that boy. Jokai will go into our consis to fight for third. Pablo and Josh Bird. Pablo Martinez Alvarez from Spain. And Josh Bird in the white lane. Pablo in the red lane, Josh Bird in the white lane. They are pretty neck and neck going around those offsets. But Pablo is quick in this bottom section. Oh, Josh is going to let up a little bit. Hand it over to the Spaniard who also just won the World Cup. He was neck and neck, but he decided to hand it over, save his legs for consies. So Josh Bird will head over to the consolation round against Joseph Kyle Smith for the top USA spot and that national championship title. But Pablo and Gustav will be fighting for the gold here at the Rattler. All right, to confirm, our third and fourth place qualifiers, Josh Bird and Joseph Kyle Smith, are going to be in the consies. So Jokai will be in the white lane for that one, and Josh Bird will be in the red lane whenever they get up to the top and catch their breath. In the finals, we'll have Gustav Gailetes and Pablo Martinez Alvarez. White lane for Gustav. Pablo's going to be in the red. We're going to get these boys up. These golf carts are carrying all the finals boys up right now, and then we will run them consies first and then finals. All right. We've got 4 runs total. 4 runs total left for these pro men. Pro men have 4 left. So that means amateurs, after that, you will round out the event. So start getting ready, getting stretched. You will get 1 run, 1 practice run. 1. And then you will go. Oh, we have to reset the course. We will have to reset the course, and then you'll get 1 practice run. But start getting ready. All right, we're going to get these boys in the right lane. Sorry about that, guys. We're falling apart a little bit up here. Long day. Long weekend. Joseph Kyle Smith in the white lane. Josh Bird in the red lane. This is for the bronze. Who can get on the podium? Only one of them. Let's see. For the bronze, a couple early cones up top from Josh Bird. Joseph Kyle Smith running these courses he's set pretty clean all weekend. But they are neck and neck coming into this bottom section. Josh Bird giving a few cones and Joe Kai running pretty clean. Only a tenth of them. Only a tenth between them. 20.3 for Joe Kai, 20.4 for Josh Bird. Cones will make a difference in this race. Gustav, you are up. Gustav in the white. Pablo, red. Gustav, white. Pablo, red. Close one. 9 cones for Josh Bird. 9 for Joseph Kyle Smith. All right, 9 cones for Josh Bird, 3 for Joseph Kyle Smith. That's going to be 0.664 for Joseph Kyle Smith. Do we have a clear course? Who's got the walkie for the course? This is the first round of the final 4 pro men for the finals for the gold. Gustav in the white, Pablo in the red. They are charging. Pablo is not going to let him have it easy. He gives up the last cone. Should have just hit it across the line. Wow. 19.3 for Gustav. 19.3 over the line and a 19.6 for Pablo. So 0.3 raw time difference. 0.3 will get cones. Looks like they both gave up a few. Yeah, we can't yap in here while we do this. Sorry. I normally would, but yeah, not end of the weekend. This is the final weekend. Woo. Pablo giving up some cones on that one. Pablo, 9 cones. He just squeaks in. 9 cones for him. 1 cone down for Gustav. So that's going to be 1.136 second advantage. 1.1 over Pablo. Next up is going to be Joseph Kyle Smith. This is our Consi round. Amateurs, this is really your call to get ready and get to the top of the hill. It's late. It's past 6 o'clock. We want to finish this shit up. I see some AMs down here at the bottom. Y'all get up there. Get your shit on. Let's go. Jokai, red. Josh, bird. White. Two more runs for these pro men, and then we'll move to amateur. We're going to get that course set as fast as we can. These boys are running up this hill and then jumping on the ramp. It's hard work to be in the finals. Josh Bird in the white lane, Joseph Kyle Smith in the red lane. Jokai has 0.6 over Josh after this run, after the first run. So Jokai's just got to keep it in front, and he does. So it'll be Joseph Kyle Smith taking home the bronze. Guys, we can't talk in here. Can we move it out? 20.3 for Jokai, 20.8 for Josh Bird. Half a second faster than Josh. So with that, we know that Jokai is going to take home bronze at the national championships in hybrid slalom. Our final is Gustav versus Pablo, Latvia versus Spain. Gustav has 1.1 over Pablo after the first round. Pablo trying to make it quick off the ramp in that white lane. He did. He was faster, but not by that much. They are running neck and neck into this bottom section. Pablo's going to take it to him, though, and Gustav is going to pass that line first. Gustav! Y'all, we're going to get that cone count, but watch out for these boys. They need to let us get cone count first. 5 down for Pablo, 2 for Gustav by 1.6 seconds, 0.4 on that run. Latvia, Gustav is going to take the gold. Number 2, the silver will go home with Pablo. If we could clear the course, these boys are going to pump this course uphill. 1 and 2. Latvia and Spain. Gold and silver. Watch out, here they come. Give them a round of applause. Latvia taking home the gold to Gustav Gailetes, and Pablo Martinez Alvarez taking home the silver. Pumping those big offsets ain't easy, but they're gonna persevere. Gustav gonna win this one too. Just muscling up this course. This is insane. Pablo bows out. Can Gustav finish? No. What a performance. Huge congratulations to Gustav. Pablo taking 2. Jokai, Joseph Kyle Smith taking 3. Josh Bird in 4. Anthony Rojas, last place. Woo. I cannot. Jokai, what's the color? Yell it up. What's the color? Orange. Orange. Put them on orange dots. Orange dots. Top 4. Josh Bird. So 4th place in the Hybrid Slalom National Championships. Josh Bird. Joseph Kyle Smith will take home the 3, getting that bronze. And then Pablo Martinez Alvarez will take home all the way back to Panama, the silver. Gustav Gailetes will take it all the way back to Latvia. Gustav with the gold. Congratulations. Amateurs, amateurs, amateurs. We are getting your course set. Orange dots. Move them over to the orange dots. Orange dots. Put the hole right on top of the orange dot. All right, for our round of eight, we had a few non-qualifiers for that 8th spot, but because of time, only one is going to get in. So based on that, Burt Lumpkin will take the final spot. Brandon Liu and CFAV falling behind the line, unfortunately. So for our amateur eliminations, for our matchups, we'll have Luke Polly and Burt Lumpkin. Burt Lumpkins will take the red lane. Luke Polly, Burt Lumpkins, and then we'll have Fernando and DJ. After that, Noah Ellison and Chris Risk. Then Craig Condon and Scott Kamens. Amateurs. Amateurs, I see a lot of you up at the top of the hill. We are getting this course marked, and then we will run those amateurs, and then we will go right into our award ceremony once we do our overall results. So amateurs to the top of the hill, they got like 20, 25 cones left to mark. They'll be done in a minute. Amateurs, y'all see how close they getting. Kyle's got 3 left. JBH has 5. Once they are done, y'all can take your one practice run. It is 6:50. If we could finish that up by 7, get on the road, get the show on the road by 7, that'd be cool. So y'all be up there and ready. If we could have people on the sides to help them, y'all pick up your cones on the way back up, of course, but if we could help them get the cones back ASAP so the next skater could go, that would be great. And then we'll get started. As a reminder, our matchups are Luke Polly and Bert Lumpkins, Fernando Medeiros, and DJ Dylan Jackson. Noah Ellison will then take on Chris Risk, and Craig Condon will take on Scott Kamens. Almost there, boys. JBH ran out of chalk. It's been a long, hot weekend. This is it. This is our final class. We've got boys on the ramps ready to go for practice as soon as we get the thumbs up from Kyle. That's a thumbs up. Boys, run it. 10 minutes. Let's start at 7 if we can. Open for practice. Isa Ruiz, can we get you up to the top? To the bottom, technically. I see you coming though. All right, we are ready to go. Luke Polly, white. Burt Lumpkins, red. Luke, white. Burt, red. After that will be Fernando, white. DJ, red. Fernando, white. DJ, red. Then we'll have Noah Ellison, white. Chris Risk, red. Noah, white. Chris Risk, red. Craig Condon will be on the white. Scott Kamens, red. We've got racers on the ramp. That should be Luke Polly in the white lane, your fastest am so far today, and Burt Lumpkins in the red lane. This is the first of our round of 8. Luke Polly and Burt Lumpkins. Luke is in the white lane. Burt Lumpkins is in the red. Luke is charging ahead. He was your number 1 qualifier on Friday when we qualified for a hybrid. And he is showing them why. Taking it easy over the line. Burt Lumpkins with a pretty good run. Luke Polly will take that by about 3 seconds. 22.7 for Luke Polly, 22.708. 25.056 for Burt Lumpkins. Over the line. 1 down for Luke Polly, 4 for Burt. So Luke will take that by 2.6. He'll have 2.6, a pretty comfortable lead after the first run. Up next, Fernando White. Fernando White. DJ, red. Dylan Jackson in the red. Fernando Medeiros from Brazil in the white lane. Dylan Jackson out of California, USA in the orange lane. This is the second matchup in our round of 8. They are on their first run. This is the last of the U.S. Nationals. Dylan gives 1 up at the bottom. Fernando running clean. There's funky offsets at the bottom. And Fernando took 1 out, but that's all right. 24-3 for DJ, 24-3 for DJ, a 24-1 for Fernando raw time. Sorry, DJ, you had 24-1. 24-1 to DJ, 24-3 to Fernando. Those were backwards. So, 2 cones down. 2 cones down for Fernando. 2 cones down for DJ. So that'll be DJ by .223. .223 for for DJ. Noah Ellison in the white lane. Chris Risk, your race organizer, in the orange lane. These little snakes come together and they get kind of close, and they are neck and neck, so they're at it together. Oh, and Chris Risk has pulled out, so Noah just wants to make it through the finish. Nice run from Noah Ellison. DQ for Chris Risk. 24.669 raw time for Noah Ellison. And only 2 cones, so but regardless, he'll take a 1.5 second advantage over Chris Risk. Up next is going to be Craig Condon in the white. Craig in the white. Scott Kamens in the red. Craig white. Scott red. And then Luke Polly will be in the red, and Bert will be in the white. That will be our next matchup. Luke red, Bert white. After that, Fernando, you'll be in the red. DJ white. Craig Condon in the white lane. Scott Kamens in the orange lane. First of the last matchup for our round of 8. First run for these boys. They're pretty neck and neck. Looks like maybe Craig pulling ahead a little bit at this bottom section. Nice run from Craig. Clean, looking pretty clean from Scott Kamens. 24.1 raw time for Craig. 25.1. A second behind him. Scott Kamens. Four cones down for Craig Condon. And then we had a clean run from Scott Kamens. But that's still going to go to Craig Condon. 0.573 seconds over Scott Kamens. 0.5 for Craig Condon. Up next is Luke Polly in the red and Bert Lumpkins in the white. Luke red, Bert in the white. Then we'll have Fernando in the red, Fernando Medeiros in the red. DJ Dylan Jackson will be in the white. Luke Polly on this one has 2.6 over Bert Lumpkin after the first run, so he just wants to make it through nice and clean, save his legs for the later rounds. Bert Lumpkin has DQ'd. Luke gives one up, but he'll take it easy at the bottom. A DQ for Bert Lumpkins. We'll hand that over to Luke for the round of 4. Fernando, you are in the red. Fernando red, DJ white. Noah Ellison, you are up next in the red, and then Chris Risk in the white. Noah red, Chris white, but you are on deck. Fernando in the red lane. Sorry. DJ in the white lane. DJ has the advantage by 0.2. So he needs to truck it and catch up with Fernando. Fernando giving a few cones to make it a little easier. But DJ's got to catch him here at the end. Whew. 25.2 for DJ, but a 24-1 raw time for Fernando. Cones will make the difference. Only 0.2 advantage for DJ. That might be enough. Fernando was clean. Fernando was clean. DJ was clean. So sorry about that. DJ was clean. Fernando had 10. So that would be a DQ, unfortunately. DJ will take that one into the round of 4. DJ will go into the round of 4. Noah Ellison and Chris Risk. Noah, red. Chris, white. Noah, red. Chris, white. And then we'll have Craig, red. Scott, white. Noah Ellison has 1.5 over Chris Risk. Chris Risk just trying to get on the board in this one. And Noah Ellison DQing. So if Risk can stay in, things will be interesting. 26-0. 27-1 for Chris Risk. 27-1 for Chris Risk. We'll see what happens when we put this all in. We might need a runoff.
That's one DQ each, baby.
Well, whoever had the fastest actual time.
Five white. Oh, this is new. Did you guys know that it could be a false start if they take too long to get off the ramp? No. White. 2.005.
Noah. That one will go to Noah. Noah will take it into the round of 4. All right. Craig Condon, Scott Kamens. Craig Condon and Scott Kamens. Craig will.
You got one. You got one.
Yep. Affirmative. All right, this is Craig Condon and Scott Kamens. Craig in the orange lane, Scott in the white lane. Craig has 0.57 over Scott, and he is going to cross the line first. It looks like 2 clean runs. 2 clean runs. Maybe 1 down, actually, for Scott, it looks like, at the very end. 25-1 for Scott to a 24-1 for Craig. So that's going to be Craig Condon going into the round of 4 by 1.6 seconds. All right, so your final 4, your round of 4. We're going to have Luke Polly, white. Dylan Jackson, DJ in the red. Luke, white. DJ, red. Noah Ellison, you will be up against Craig Condon. Noah, you will be white. Craig, red. Luke Polly, the fastest amateur all day, out of West Virginia, the local boy. In the white lane, Dylan Jackson out of California, trying to keep up with him. In the orange lane, both running pretty clean, maybe one down. DJ's going to give some up at the bottom while Luke just pulls ahead. 22-3 for Luke Polly, 23-7 Dylan Jackson. All right, up next is Noah Ellison in the white, Craig Condon in the red. Noah white, Craig red. All right, this is the first run for these boys in the round of 4. Noah Ellison in the white, Craig Condon in the red. They are pretty neck and neck, but it looks like Craig might be pulling ahead. Craig with some solid skating this weekend. Noah giving a few up on the white course. Nice run from Craig Condon. It looked pretty clean to me. Looks pretty clean to me, but we'll get the official count. Craig got him over the line, 24-1 by a tenth of a second to a 24-2. Clean run from Craig Condon. So Craig is going to take that by 0.4 seconds. 0.4 for Craig Condon. So after the first round, Luke Polly leads over DJ by 1.6. And Noah Ellison has taken the lead. Or sorry, Craig Condon has taken the lead over Noah Ellison by 0.4. Luke Polly in the red, Dylan Jackson, DJ in the white. Whenever those boys are ready, they are getting up on those ramps. DJ has some time to make up, a 1.6, almost 1.7 second disadvantage to DJ. DJ has some work to do, but Luke got off that start faster. He has pulled ahead already at that top of the course. DJ is going to try to stick it to him, though. He's going to try and catch up. But Luke, running clean, going to pull ahead here at the bottom in this last little bit of the snake. Looks like 2 clean runs to me. Nice runs from those guys. But that's going to be Luke Polly over the line, taking it into the finals. DJ giving up 1 cone. 1 cone, pretty good. But that's still going to be Luke in the final, DJ in the consi. Luke will go on to fight for gold once again. He got a gold earlier. And he got a gold on Friday. No. Luke. Luke. Okay. There he is. Ross. You.
Fuck.
You.
Quiet.
No.
His brother? His twin brother?
Sorry. Scott. Noah Ellison needs to make up 0.4, so he needs to cross the line first or give up no cones. They're running clean at the top. 1 down. Craig staying clean. Oh, Noah did cross that line first. We'll see if that was enough. That is going to be a close race. Raw time, Noah takes it. But the cones might tell a different story. So, Noah Ellison took that round by 0.41. Hush, Kyle. Noah Ellison, 0.4. But he only had 0.4 to give. So Craig Condon will take it into the finals by 0.003. 0.003. Craig Condon will move on to the finals to race Luke Polly. Dylan Jackson will match up against Noah Ellison. That'll be a good race. Dylan Jackson will be up next in the consi round. Endurance test, boys. DJ, you're in the white. Noah Ellison is in the red when they get up to the top. Thank you to Lou and Frankie for driving our golf carts up and down this hill all day. They got an operation going on. They got an operation to get these boys up there quickly. DJ, white. Noah, red. This is our consi round for third. First run of our consi round. Dylan Jackson versus Noah Ellison. Only one of them will get on the podium. Some grunts off the ramps. DJ got a good jump on him, but Noah is matching him. They are matched going down this course on their first run for bronze. Only one will take the podium. Noah is pulling ahead a little bit. DJ sends him a cone. He sends it back. Noah Ellison is going to take that across the line. We've got cones down. We will count that up. Both of those boys pushing as hard as they can, hitting some cones. All right, so Noah beat him over the line with 3 cones down to Dylan. And 8 orange. So 8 for Noah. Noah will take that after the first run by 0.521. 0.521 to Noah Ellison. Up next is Luke Polly in the white. Craig Condon in the red. Luke Polly white, Craig Condon red for the gold. They're both on the podium. I know Luke wants that top spot. Luke Polly in the white lane, just pulling ahead of Craig Condon in the orange lane. Luke gives one and puts it right in the path of Craig Condon and forces him to DQ. You got to get over that mental block of a cone in front of you. Dodge it and move on. A DQ from Craig Condon, Luke Polly. Craig is on the podium at least twice this weekend, so I know he's happy with that. DQ for Craig Condon, 1.5 seconds for Luke Polly. 3 cones for him. That's a 22-1. That is a little faster, I think, than some of the pros out here. So Luke Polly is flying down this course. Oh, this is a different course, though. My bad. I was like, that's so fast. Noah Ellison has the lead, 0.521 in this matchup with Dylan Jackson for the Contis for the bronze. 0.521 for Noah Ellison. DJ's got something to make up, but it's not impossible. Noah Ellison in the white lane. Dylan Jackson got a bit of a jump on him up top in the orange lane, but Noah has caught up. They are neck and neck coming through this bottom section. Noah has the lead by 0.5 after the first run. He tries to send a cone his way to freak him out, and then Noah catches up and takes him over the line. DJ hit that last cone. DJ had to make up 0.5 seconds, a half a second. But Noah crossed the line first on that one by 0.5. So it should be Noah Ellison regardless of cones, but we'll get a count on that. This is for a spot on the podium. Luke Polly, red. Craig Condon, white.
5 orange, 5 orange. 4 white, 5 orange.
Yep, that'll be Noah Ellison taking home the bronze for the hybrid slalom. Hybrid slalom at the U.S. Nationals for the amateur division. Noah Ellison will take that by 1.1 seconds total, almost 1.2. Nice job, Noah. Luke Polly. Luke Polly and Craig Condon. Luke has 1.5 after a DQ. Luke, you are in the red. Craig, white. Yes, sir. Craig, you are in the white. Luke Polly in the red. This is it for the Rattler National, the finals for the amateur men. Luke Polly in the red, Craig Condon in the white. Craig has some work to do if he wants to catch him, but Luke is pulling ahead. Luke is probably going to take this all the way down. One cone for him. And Luke Polly crossing the line first, but Craig actually pulling out. It's all right. He'll be on that podium. Luke Polly will take it at the Rattler National. Finally, a U.S. man gets a national win. We love to see it. We love to see it. Luke Polly will go home with the gold. Craig Condon on the podium for a silver. Congrats to the local boy from West Virginia, Luke Polly. So that's decided. Our final three, our podium for the amateur men is Noah Ellison is going to take home the 3, going home with some bronze. Craig Condon will take the 2, and Luke Polly will go home with the gold. It's not that far of a drive for him. Luke Polly with the gold in the amateur division at the U.S. Nationals for hybrid slalom. And that is it. You got to go right up that course. Show us how far you can pump it up. We also need Craig to do that. Noah, if you want. We need you to take a victory lap up that course. How far can you make it up? Gustav and Pablo made it almost to the top. How far are you going to get?
Yeah, guys. Peer pressure.
Noah Ellison, do you want to partake in a victory lap? You're welcome to it.
I didn't know Josh and I had that as an option.
Noah's coming for a podium run. He wants to see how far he can get up, too. He's on the podium. He can do it. We still want to see it. Luke Polly, your gold medal. Amateur man. Oh, they don't want to do it together. This is a pack run, boys. Get down there. Luke's going to make it about halfway. If you don't do this exercise in your practice, you probably should.
Okay, Luke. Okay.
Luke's doing it. Oh, those offsets are hard. Nice. Yeah, Pablo triple pumped that offset, I think. Nice try from those boys. Congrats to them for making the podium for the amateur division. Nice work, Luke Polly. Congratulations. That'll be it for the Rattler National. We are done. Awards will be under the pavilion in a little bit. We're going to get that overall result together, but y'all get your stuff together, get packed up, and we'll head that way. See y'all.
Y'all, if you could help pick up some trash, that would be great so we can wrap this up and make sure to leave this part clean. Thank you so much. Check. Can I get a Josh Bird to the timing booth? Josh Bird to the timing booth?